The candle nearest you has been burning for 3 hours, and its wax has pooled into a soft pale dish around the wick, trembling with each breath you take. You are sitting at a long reading table in the Hogwarts library, and the library is, at last, entirely yours. The other students left some time ago. You heard them go, one by one, the quiet scrape of chair legs on stone, the careful gathering of parchment, the muffled goodnights exchanged in whispers out of habit, even here, even when there was no one left to disturb, and then the door opening and settling closed, and the particular quality of silence that follows when you are the last person remaining in a room that was built to hold hundreds. That silence has a texture to it. It is not empty. It is full, the way a held breath is full, pressed gently against the inside of a very old space. You set down your quill. You had been working on an essay about the properties of jobbernoll feathers in memory retention drafts, and the essay is not finished, and you find, sitting here now with your hands loose on the table and the rain beginning against the high windows, that you do not especially mind. There is time. There is always time, in a library, after midnight. The hours feel different here, longer, more generous. As though the building itself does not keep the same clock as the rest of the castle. The room stretches away from you in all directions, long and deep, its aisles of shelves receding into a dimness that the scattered candles only partly address. There are perhaps a dozen candles still lit along this row of tables, floating in their brackets at shoulder height, their flames very still. The rain has not yet reached the windows on this side, and the air has that particular pre-storm quality, close and faintly electric, that makes you want to sit very still and simply breathe. You breathe. The smell of the library at this hour is different from the library in daylight. During the day, when students crowd the tables and the drafts from opening doors keep the candles nervous, the smell is all parchment and dust and the faint sharp edge of ink. But now, with the room settled and the air undisturbed, other things rise. Old leather, deeply worn. Something resinous and dark from the shelves on the far wall, which hold the oldest books, the ones with covers tooled in patterns you have never quite been able to make out. A faint mineral coolness from the stone beneath the flagged floor, and underneath all of it, very faint and very pleasant, something like cedarwood, or perhaps like the inside of a very old chest, dry and dark and honest. You breathe that in, too. Your chair is not especially comfortable, but you have been sitting in it long enough that your body has made its adjustments. Your back has settled. Your shoulders, which you did not notice you had been holding up toward your ears, have dropped to where they belong. The backs of your thighs are warm against the seat. Your feet, which you slipped out of your shoes some time ago, rest flat on the cold stone floor, and the cold feels good against your soles, grounding and certain. The rain finds the far windows. You hear it before you see it, a soft, irregular murmur against stone and old glass, and then, when you look up, the nearest of the high stained glass windows begins to run. The colors in the glass are dark at this hour, the deep blues and greens muted into something almost uniform, but where the candlelight catches the wet surface, it throws small, trembling reflections down onto the flagstones, blue, green, a wash of something gold. Moving slowly, like light at the bottom of water. You watch this for a while. There is nothing you need to do. You could pick up your quill again. You could gather your things and walk back up to the dormitory, climb into bed, let the stone warmth of the castle hold you through the night. But the library at this hour is asking something of you that the dormitory cannot quite manage, which is simply to remain, to be here. To let the room do what it is doing, which is, very slowly and without any urgency, settling around you like a coat. You leave the quill where it is. The jobbernoll essay remains unfinished on the table, its last sentence trailing off mid-thought, and you feel no particular need to finish it. You rest your hands, one on top of the other, on the cool surface of the table, and you look down the long aisle in front of you. The shelves go back a long way, 50 yards perhaps, before they dissolve into a dimness that the candles have given up trying to address. The books along this nearest stretch are ones you know, reference texts and subject collections, their spines labeled in faded ink. Apothecary Encyclopedia, volumes 1 through 8, their spines a cracked oxblood red, a run of pale gray texts on transfiguration theory, something large and dark and anonymous that you have always meant to look at and never quite have. Farther back, the shelves grow older. You can tell by the way the books sit differently, leaning into one another at angles that suggest long settling, long companionship. Books that have been beside each other for so many decades that they have begun to accommodate each other's shapes, to yield a little here, to lean a little there. The rain steadies against the windows. It finds its rhythm. Not a rushing rain, not a dramatic one, but a patient rain. The rain of something that has all night and knows it. You close your eyes for a moment and listen. And when you open them again, you notice something you had not noticed before. At the far end of the table, where your work has not reached, where the space is clear of parchment and inkpots, and the small accumulation of the evening's study, there is a book. It is closed. You did not put it there. You look at it for a moment without moving. It is not a large book. Smaller than the Apothecary Encyclopedia volumes, smaller than most of the reference texts along this row. Its cover is a dark color, something between brown and green, the leather worn smooth at the corners in the way that suggests a great many hands have held it over a great many years. There is no title visible on the spine from where you are sitting. There is no library card tucked into the back, no identification stamp on the cover that you can see from here. What you can see, and what you notice with a sort of quiet interest rather than any alarm, is that the edges of its pages are very faintly luminous. Not brightly, not dramatically. The way the inside of a shell is luminous, or the way snow holds light after dark, a soft interior glow that is easy to mistake for a trick of the candlelight, except that you have been sitting in this candlelight for 3 hours now, and you know its quality. And this is not quite the same. You pull the book toward you along the table, and it moves easily, lighter than it looks. You do not open it yet. You rest your hands on the cover, and the leather is warm beneath your palms. Not alarmingly warm, not supernaturally warm, you think, though perhaps those two things are not always so different in this castle. Warm in the way a stone holds warmth from the afternoon sun, long after the sun is gone. A stored warmth, patient and quiet, given off without effort. You sit with that for a moment. The rain moves across the windows in a slow, glittering sheet, and the reflections on the floor shift, blues and greens rearranging themselves in long, trailing arcs across the flagstones, almost reaching your feet. You look up from the book and down the length of the library. The candles in the far brackets are lower now. Some have guttered to barely more than a glow around the wick, a warm smudge of amber in the dark. The shelves on either side of the central aisle are deep pools of shadow between each vertical run of candlelight, and the alternation of gold and dark gives the room a quality you have not quite registered before. A rhythm, a slow pulse, like breathing. You become aware, gradually, that your own breathing has slowed to match it. In the lit stretch, out in the shadow. In the lit stretch, you stand. The flagstones are cold through your stockings, and you reach back for your shoes out of habit, then leave them. The cold is part of it, part of the being here at this hour, the awareness of the stone beneath you, and the rain above you, and the particular privilege of a place that belongs, at this moment, only to you. You carry the book with you. It sits in the crook of your arm, and you can feel its warmth against your ribs through the fabric of your robes as you step away from the table and into the first aisle. The shelves rise on either side of you, taller than they look from the reading tables. Floor to ceiling, higher than you could reach even standing on the small library ladders, and above the highest shelves there is only the carved stonework of the walls, dark and intricate, the carvings worn smooth by centuries of dust and air. You have walked this aisle hundreds of times, in daylight on Tuesday afternoons with your bag over one shoulder and a list in your pocket, hurrying between shelves, collecting what you needed, and moving on. At midnight, in stockinged feet, with the rain on the windows and a warm book against your ribs, it is an entirely different place. Your fingers trail along the spines as you walk. Each one is slightly different under your fingertips. Rough cloth, smooth leather, the ridged texture of a spine repaired with a different material than the original. The raised lettering of a gilded title, the individual letters of it legible through touch alone if you go slowly enough, which you do, which you find you want to. There is a satisfaction in this, in reading with your fingers in the dark, in letting the books present themselves this way, their names rising up through your skin rather than arriving through your eyes. Dormitory herbology. A general survey, principles of elemental transfiguration, being a complete account. The Healer's Reference, 16th edition. You pause at this last one. It is a heavy volume, its spine a deep blue that looks almost black in this light, its binding reinforced with thin bands of something dark and dull that might be pewter. You have used this book before for a second-year essay on Dittany and its applications, but you have never held it at midnight, and it looks different now, older, more serious, as though it has spent the daylight hours performing a kind of professional availability, and only now, alone, allows itself to be what it actually is, which is very ancient and very certain of itself. You move on. The aisle bends gently to the left, following the curvature of the castle wall, and as you round it, the candlelight from the reading tables falls away behind you, and you are in a dimmer stretch, lit only by a single candle in a wall bracket some 20 feet ahead. Its flame is perfectly still. No draft reaches this part of the library. The air is warmer here and drier, and there is a smell you have not encountered before, or perhaps have encountered so often you stopped registering it. A deep, papery warmth, the smell of 10,000 dried pages in a confined space, of ink that has been curing for 200 years, of the quiet exhalation of books that have not been opened in a very long time. You slow your steps without meaning to. The book against your ribs gives off its steady warmth. The candle ahead of you does not flicker, and here in this dim and papery warmth, in this aisle that curves away into darkness in both directions, you become aware of something that is not quite a sound and not quite a feeling, but something between the two. The library is breathing, not loudly, not in any way that would alarm you if you stopped to think about it, which you find you do not particularly want to do, because thinking about it might make it stop, and you do not want it to stop. It is a very slow movement in the air, a slow drawing in and a slow letting out, barely perceptible, like the breath of someone deeply asleep in the next room. The books seem to shift, slightly, with each cycle. Not visibly, but the quality of their weight on the shelves, the sense of their collective presence, moves in that same long, patient rhythm, in and out. You stand there for what might be a minute or might be longer, your back against one shelf and your hand resting flat on the spines opposite, feeling the slow warmth of them beneath your palm. And then, at the far end of the aisle, just visible at the limit of the candlelight, you see it. The alcove. A wide stone recess set into the outer wall of the castle, flanked on either side by shelves that angle inward to meet it, as though the alcove is the destination the whole aisle has been quietly pointing toward. The window above it is tall and narrow, and it is running with rain, and the colors in the glass are all dark blues and deep, faded greens, and the water moving across it catches the distant candlelight and shimmers. There is a seat built into the stone below the window. A wide, low bench of pale stone, and across it a cushion, long and flat, in a velvet so old that its color has become uncertain, something between burgundy and brown, worn smooth in the center where a great many people have sat over a great many years. You are already moving toward it. Your feet make no sound on the flagstones. The book is warm against your side. The rain moves across the window above the alcove in long, trembling rivers of refracted light, and the light falls down across the stone bench and the worn velvet cushion, and across the floor at its foot, shifting and blue-green and very gentle. You reach the alcove. You stand in it for a moment before you sit, looking up at the window, feeling the particular atmosphere of it, the way the stone curves slightly on either side to hold the space, the way the rain light moves across everything, the way the air here is cooler than the aisle behind you, because the window lets in a faint, cold breath from outside, the Scottish night pressing softly against the glass. Then you sit. The cushion is firmer than it looks, and then, as your weight settles, softer than you expected, as though it has spent so long accommodating different bodies that it has learned to accommodate all of them. You settle your back against the stone. The stone is cool against your spine, and solid, absolutely solid, the solidity of walls that have stood for 1,000 years and will stand for 1,000 more, and there is a comfort in that solidity that you had not anticipated. Something to lean against that will not yield, something that asks nothing of you but your weight. You look down at the book in your hands, and you open it. The first page is handwritten, not printed, not typeset in the careful rows of movable type that most of the library's older volumes use, but written by hand, in an ink that has faded from what must once have been a deep black to a warm, uneven brown, the color of strong tea left to cool. The handwriting is small and very precise, each letter formed with a deliberateness that suggests someone who took the act of writing seriously, who did not rush, who sat at their desk in whatever room they sat at their desk in, and gave this the time it deserved. You bring the book a little closer to read it. The title page reads, in that careful faded hand, "A register of weathers observed from the library windows at Hogwarts School, being a personal record of atmospheric conditions noted between the hours of dusk and dawn, compiled by Isolde Vane, assistant librarian, commencing the 14th year of her tenure." You read it twice. Then you turn the page. The entries begin without preamble. No introduction, no statement of purpose, beyond what the title page has already offered. Isolde Vane, it seems, was not a person who felt the need to explain herself at length. She simply began. The first entry reads, "A still night in late October. No wind from the west, which is unusual. The windows on the north face collected frost by the second hour after midnight, beginning at the upper corners and spreading inward in slow, feathered patterns. I watched one for some time. It grew at approximately the pace of a sleeping person's breath, which is to say, very slowly indeed, with long pauses between each small advance, as though it too were drifting. You read that entry, and then you sit for a moment with the book resting open across your knees, and you look up at your own window. Your window is not frosting. It is running with rain, long wandering rivers of it finding their way down the glass, and the stained colors of the panes. Those dark blues and deep greens shimmer and shift wherever the water moves across them. You watch a single drop appear at the upper edge of the glass, a small bright bead of water, and trace its path as it runs, gathering speed, then slowing as it meets some imperfection in the surface, curving left, joining another rivulet, disappearing into the wider flow at the base of the frame. It grew at approximately the pace of a sleeping person's breath. You think that is exactly right? You turn back to the register and read on. Isolde Vane's entries are not dated in any year you can identify. She used only the day and month, and often not even that, describing time instead by reference to the academic calendar, third week of term, the night before the winter examinations, the evening following the last feast before the holidays. This gives the register a quality of floating, untethered from any specific decade, belonging to all of them equally, or to none. Her observations are meticulous and very quiet. She writes about rain the way someone else might write about music, attending to its shifts and variations with a precision that suggests she found it genuinely inexhaustible. A horizontal rain, she notes in one entry, driving in from the northwest, hitting the east windows at a low angle and making a sound unlike ordinary rain, more of a sustained whisper than a tap, as though it is trying to tell you something rather than simply fall. And in another, much shorter entry, only 2 lines long, a fog tonight, no rain at all. The windows have disappeared. The library feels as though it has come entirely loose from the castle and is floating somewhere undefined. This is not unpleasant. You smile at that. You can feel the truth of it, even now, even in a different kind of weather. The library has, at this hour, something of that quality. A looseness from ordinary time and place. The castle is still there, you know. The corridors beyond the library door are still stone and torchlight, the dormitories above still full of sleeping students, the grounds below still wet and dark and Scottish. But here in the alcove, with the rain on the glass and the candle in the aisle behind you burning very low, it does not feel precisely connected to any of that. It feels like its own place, complete and sufficient. You shift your weight on the cushion, settling deeper into the angle between the cushion's back edge and the stone wall, and the stone presses gently against your shoulder blade, cool and constant. Your legs, which you have drawn up beside you on the bench, are warm beneath the fabric of your robes. Your feet still bare, tuck against the stone of the alcove's inner corner, and the stone there has been warmed faintly by something, perhaps by the castle's own deep warmth, the warmth of inhabited stone, of fires and people and centuries of both. You read on. Isolde Vane describes a night of snow in terms that take up 3 full pages, moving from the first flake visible against the dark glass, a single white point that vanished before she could be certain she had seen it, through the gradual accumulation on the outer windowsill, to the eventual obliteration of the grounds below into a single unbroken white surface, silver gray in the last light of a quarter moon. She describes the quality of the silence that accompanied the snow, distinct from ordinary night silence, denser, as though the snow were not only falling but absorbing. Even in here, she writes, behind glass and stone and a great many shelves of books, I could feel the quiet of it pressing, as though the world were being very gently and very thoroughly put to sleep. You read that last line twice. The rain on your window says something different, says something livelier, more conversational, but the effect is not unlike what she describes. A pressure of quiet, a sense of the world outside attending to its own business, turning inward, letting the hours pass in their own way without requiring anything of you. Letting you simply be here. You turn another page. This entry is shorter, and the handwriting is slightly different, less uniformly careful, as though it was written quickly or late, or in a state of some feeling that loosened her habitual precision. It reads, I have been assistant librarian here for 19 years. I do not think I will ever find the library at night entirely ordinary. I hope I do not. There is something in the quality of a large room full of books after midnight that I find I cannot quite account for, and that I have largely given up trying to. It is not silence exactly, though it is quiet. It is not emptiness, though there are no people. It is more as though the room is resting. As though it has a life of its own that runs beneath its daytime purpose, slower and more private, and that at night, when the students have gone and the candles have settled, that life simply comes forward a little, breathes a little more openly. I find I am glad to be present for it on the nights when the work keeps me late. I find it is one of the better things. You close the book. Not because you have finished. There are many pages remaining. The register is thick with them. Isolde Vane's 19 years of weather and noticing contained between its dark covers. You close it because that entry seems, for now, like the right place to pause, like a sentence that has completed itself and wants a moment of stillness before the next one begins. You hold the closed book in your lap, your hands resting on its cover, and you feel its warmth, steady and unhurried, the same warmth it had when you first touched it at the reading table. The rain intensifies briefly, a sudden increase in the sound against the glass, a rushing, then settles again into its patient murmur. Outside the window, the grounds of Hogwarts are dark and entirely invisible. The lake would be out there, somewhere beyond the glass, its surface broken by the rain into 10,000 overlapping rings, each one expanding and dissolving before it reaches the bank. The forest would be there, its canopy moving slowly in the wet air. The hills beyond the forest, and beyond the hills the wider dark of the Scottish night, going on and on in every direction, enormous and indifferent, and not unkind. And here in the alcove, the stone curved around you on three sides, the worn velvet cushion beneath you, the register warm in your hands, and the rain on the glass above your head, you are at the still center of all of that enormous dark, small and sheltered and very much at rest. You become aware, slowly, that the candle in the aisle behind you has gone out. You can tell by the quality of the dark beyond the alcove. It is a little deeper than it was. The light that reaches you now comes only from further back, from the reading tables you left some time ago, and it is faint, golden, barely enough to read by. Not that you are reading. Your eyes have drifted to the window again, to the rain, to the slow blue-green shimmer of the stained glass running with water. And then, from somewhere beyond the dark end of the aisle, from the far side of the library where you have not yet been tonight, where the shelves grow oldest and the light has never quite reached, you are aware of something. Not a sound, exactly. More of an absence of the particular quality of silence you had grown accustomed to. As though something has shifted, very quietly in the dark beyond the shelves. As though a door, somewhere in the deep part of the library, has been carefully and almost silently closed. You think of the restricted section, its iron door fitted into the far wall, beyond the oldest shelves in the part of the library that does not appear on the student maps. You sit with that thought for a moment, and then, without having quite decided to, you stand. You move back into the aisle. The flagstones are colder now, or perhaps your feet have simply lost the mild warmth they had gathered from the alcove stone, and the cold comes up through your soles with a clean, definite quality, grounding you in the present moment, in this particular midnight, in this particular library, in the specific and unrepeatable fact of being here. The register is tucked under your arm. You did not think about whether to bring it. You simply did. The candle that had been burning in the aisle bracket is out, as you knew it would be, a thin thread of smoke rising from the wick and dispersing almost immediately into the library's still air. The aisle is lit now only by what reaches from the reading tables behind you, which is not much, a warm and distant amber that softens everything and leaves the middle distance uncertain. You walk slowly. There is no urgency in this. You are not hurrying toward anything, and you would not know how to hurry in this library at this hour even if you wanted to. The building does not encourage it. The particular weight of the air, the particular depth of the quiet, the particular way your footsteps, though soft, seem to arrive in the space a fraction before you expect them, all of it conspires to slow you down to something closer to the library's own pace, which is very slow indeed, and entirely unhurried, and deeply certain of itself. You pass the candle bracket without stopping and continue down the aisle. The shelves on either side grow older as you go. You can feel it before you can fully see it. A gradual change in the quality of the books against your trailing fingers. The leather drier, more rigid, the spines less yielding, the occasional crumble of a decorated edge under your fingertip, soft as old ash. Some of these books have not been opened in decades. You can sense it in the way they sit on their shelves, a settled density, a completedness, as though they have said everything they have to say and are now simply present, as rocks are present, as very old trees are present, without need of consultation. Your fingers pass over a spine that has lost its title entirely. Just leather, plain and dark and worn to a surface like skin. You slow almost to a stop and press your palm flat against it. It is warm. Not in the way the register is warm, not with that particular quality of stored intention, but with a simpler warmth, the warmth of a living thing, or of something that has been beside living things for so long that it has absorbed some quality of that proximity. Warmth by long association, by centuries of being held. You stay there for a moment with your palm against the spine of the nameless book, and you breathe, and the library breathes with you. That slow movement in the air that you noticed in the aisle near the alcove, present here too, present perhaps throughout the whole of this great room, a single vast and unhurried respiration that has nothing to do with you and yet accommodates you entirely, in and out. You take your hand from the shelf and continue walking. The aisle begins to narrow. Not dramatically, a foot perhaps on either side, the shelves pressing a little closer as the castle wall curves inward, following some architectural logic of the building's original design that has nothing to do with the library's later inhabitants and everything to do with the hill the castle was built upon, the particular contour of the rock beneath the foundations. You are aware of the walls on either side as a physical presence now, a gentle pressure, not confining, more like the feeling of a corridor that knows where it is going and is walking you there. The light from the reading tables has fallen away entirely. You stop. You stand in the dark for a moment, your hand resting on the nearest shelf, and you wait for your eyes to adjust. They do, slowly, the dark resolving from an undifferentiated black into something with more texture, shapes emerging from the dimness, the pale rectangles of the book spines, the slightly darker verticals of the shelf uprights, the faint gray of the flagstone floor catching what little light comes from somewhere beyond the next turning. There is light ahead, not much. A low amber glow from somewhere around the bend in the aisle, the color of a candle that has been burning for a very long time and has settled into its final, quietest phase. You move toward it, your fingertips still trailing the shelf on your left, and you round the gentle curve of the aisle, and you see it. The restricted section, or rather, the door to it. You have seen this door before, from a distance, on the far edge of awareness during ordinary library visits, registered and filed away as not for you with the automatic efficiency of 5 years of school. But you have never stood beside it, not like this. It is smaller than you imagined. Or rather, not smaller, but more domestic, less imposing. The iron is old and dark, not polished, and the hinges are wide and plain, without ornamentation. There is no lock that you can see, though you know there is magic in it, in the door itself and in the frame, and perhaps in the air immediately around it, a quiet, patient magic that asks nothing of you as long as you ask nothing of it. The door is closed. Of course it is closed. You are certain it has been closed since long before you arrived in the library this evening. Closed since the last authorized visitor. Closed perhaps since yesterday, or the day before, or longer. And yet there is something about the quality of its closedness, standing here beside it now, that makes you think of Isolde Vane's entry about the fog, about the library coming loose from the castle and floating somewhere undefined. The door looks, if a door can look such a thing, as though it is resting. As though it too, like the library around it, has settled into its nighttime self, the daytime function of it, the business of being a threshold between permitted and not permitted, set gently aside for these hours when there is no one to permit or refuse. The candle that provides the ambient light is set in a bracket on the wall to the left of the door, and it is very low, the flame small and quiet, drawing very little air, burning with the steadiness of something that has long since made its peace with going out. You lean your back against the wall, not the door. The wall beside it, the stone between the door frame and the nearest shelf, a section of wall perhaps 2 feet wide, plain dressed stone, cool and immovable and centuries certain. You lean into it and feel it receive your weight without any give at all, absolute and patient, and something in you responds to that patience with a patience of your own. Your shoulders settle. Your head tips back, very slightly, until it rests against the stone and you look up. The ceiling here is lower than above the reading tables, the vaulting coming down on either side to meet the walls at a height of perhaps 12 feet, and in the dimness above you the carved stonework of the vault is mostly in shadow, but here and there the candlelight catches an edge, the curve of a rib, the slight projection of a decorative boss, and these small illuminated fragments hang in the dark above you like details from a larger pattern you cannot quite assemble. You let your eyes drift over them without trying to assemble it. The register shifts in your arm and you adjust your hold on it, tucking it more securely under your elbow, and as you do your hand brushes its cover and feels the warmth there, still present, unchanged, the same patient warmth it has given off since you first picked it up from the end of the reading table, a warmth that asks nothing of you and offers itself without condition. You think about Isolde Vane. You wonder which of the reading tables was hers, on the nights she stayed late to observe the weather. Whether she had a preferred chair, a particular candle bracket she liked to sit beneath. Whether she found the walk to this part of the library in the dark as easy and natural as you have found it tonight, or whether it took her years to feel comfortable moving through the unlit aisles, to trust the building to hold her. You think she probably trusted it very early on? She seems, from her writing, like a person who had a natural ease with large and quiet things. You shift your weight against the stone, and it holds you, and you close your eyes for a moment, just to feel the full quality of where you are, the cool of the stone at your back and shoulders, and the back of your head, the warmth of the book against your side, the cold of the flagstones underfoot, the very soft and very distant sound of the rain, which has retreated now to something barely perceptible, a presence more than a sound, a reminder that the world outside is doing its slow and patient work. The candle beside the door gives a small, barely perceptible tremble, not from a draft. There is no draft here. Perhaps simply from the candle itself, from the natural movement of a flame that has been burning for a long time and is nearing its end. You open your eyes and look at it. The flame steadies. Somewhere behind you, very far away, beyond the long reach of the aisles and the reading tables and the great main room of the library, you hear, or imagine you hear, the faint sound of rain finding the windows on the opposite side of the castle. A different pitch to it, higher, more tentative, the rain on those windows not yet as established as the rain on your alcove window, still in the early stage of its conversation with the glass. You find you want to go back, not urgently. Not with any sense that you have been somewhere you should not have been, because you have not. You have simply stood in a corridor beside a closed door and leaned against a wall and thought about a woman who watched the weather for 19 years. But the reading table is there, at the other end of all these aisles, and your essay is there, and your shoes are there, and the familiar stretch of the room where the candles are still burning feels now like a place you would like to return to, like the room you did not know you were missing until the idea of it came to you. Your body is very heavy. You notice this the way you notice things in the deep part of an evening, when tiredness has moved past the restless stage and into something more fundamental. Your arms are heavy. Your legs beneath your robes have a warmth and weight to them that is not quite unpleasant. Your shoulders are still resting against the stone, and they do not especially want to leave it. You will go back. In a moment, you will push away from the wall and walk back through the aisles, back past the alcove window and the extinguished candle, back to the reading tables and your chair and the ordinary comfortable world of your unfinished essay. In a moment. For now you rest your head against the stone, and the stone is cool and certain, and the candle beside the restricted section door burns quietly in its final inch of wax, and the library breathes in and out in its slow and private way, and you breathe with it, your chest rising and falling in that same long rhythm, your eyes growing heavy, not closed, not yet, just heavy, the candlelight soft and amber and entirely sufficient. The register is warm against your side. Isolde Vane watched the weather for 19 years and found it inexhaustible. And you understand, standing here in the last of the candlelight, exactly what she meant. You push gently away from the wall, and you begin slowly to find your way back. The walk back is different from the walk out. Not the library itself that is unchanged, the same shelves, the same flagstones, the same slow warmth of old books in a contained space. But you are different, moving through it. Your feet find the floor with less intention than they did an hour ago. Your body knows, in the way a body does at the end of a long and quiet evening, that it is moving toward rest, and has begun the process of settling even before rest has arrived. You trail your fingers along the shelves as you go. The spines pass beneath your fingertips in a slow, continuous procession. Leather and cloth, and the occasional cold smoothness of something bound in a material you cannot name. Each one slightly different, each one warm in its own degree, with the accumulated warmth of the room, the warmth of being housed and held and kept. You pass the bracket where the candle went out. The wax has cooled already to a white, stilled pool around the base of the wick. You look at it as you pass, and then look away, and keep walking, and the shelves go on either side, and the amber glow from the reading tables ahead grows very slowly, stronger. You round the gentle curve of the aisle, and the main room opens before you. It is quieter than when you left it. This should not be possible, because it was already very quiet, but it is true nonetheless. The room has settled further into itself during your absence, the way a room does when it has been left alone for a while, even briefly, and has taken the opportunity to become more fully what it is. The floating candles in their brackets have burned lower, most of them now in their final 2 or 3 inches, their light softer and more golden than it was, the shadows they cast longer and gentler, reaching further across the flagstones without the sharpness that a brighter flame would give them. Your table is where you left it. Of course it is. Your essay is spread across it, the inkpot closed, the quill resting where you set it down. Your bag is on the floor beneath the chair, your shoes beside it, sitting slightly apart from each other in the way shoes do when they have been stepped out of rather than removed. You cross to the table and sit. The chair receives you. That is how it feels, a receiving, the wood and the cushioned seat accommodating your weight with the ease of long familiarity, and you settle into it and feel the particular rightness of returning to a place you have already warmed, a chair that has held the impression of your sitting and is ready to hold it again. You set the register on the table beside your essay. It sits there quietly, its dark cover closed, its edges still faintly luminous in the way they were when you first noticed it, that soft interior glow that is easier to see now in the deeper dimness of the room at this later hour. You rest your hand on it for a moment. The warmth is still there, steady and unhurried, the same warmth it has offered all evening without asking anything in return. You leave your hand there. The rain on the windows has changed. At some point during your walk through the library, it found its fullest expression, and now it is beginning very gradually to ease. Not stopping, not withdrawing, simply softening the way rain does in the later part of the night, when the weather has made its point and is moving on, when what remains is less an event than an atmosphere, a continuation for its own sake, rain because the night expects it, rain as a kind of habit, as a kind of company. You listen to it. The sound of it against the stained glass is lower now, more murmured, a continuous gentle static that fills the upper register of the library's quiet without disturbing it, without adding to it, simply present, simply itself, rain on old glass, on a night in a castle, on a hill in the dark. You look at your essay. The last sentence trails off mid-thought, as you left it. The ink is long dry. The parchment has a faint curl at the corner nearest the window, from the moisture in the air, a very slight curl, barely perceptible, and you smooth it flat with 2 fingers, and then let it go and it curls again, gently, immediately, because parchment does what parchment does. You leave it. You lean back in your chair, slowly, until the back of it supports your shoulders, and you rest your hands in your lap, one on top of the other, and you look up. The ceiling of the library is high and vaulted and entirely in shadow. You cannot see it properly. You can see here and there, where the candlelight reaches, a suggestion of stone, the curve of a vault, the distant geometry of arches. But mostly it is dark, a rich, soft dark, the dark of a room that has held so much thought and so much quiet over so many hundreds of years that the dark itself has become a quality, something given rather than an absence. The darkness that gathers in places where people come to think and to be still and to read through long nights. A different darkness from the darkness outside the windows. Kinder, somehow, more particular. Your eyes move from the ceiling to the candles. The nearest one has perhaps an inch remaining, the flame very small now, drawing the last of the wax slowly and without complaint, burning with the steadiness of something that has been burning for a long time and knows how to do this, knows how to finish gracefully. The light it gives is the warmest light in the room, a deep amber that sits on the surface of things without penetrating them, the light of late evenings, and the last of things, the light that says rest, and enough, and well done. You watch it. Your breathing has slowed, somewhere in the past few minutes, to a pace that matches the room. You are not thinking about breathing. You are simply breathing, and it is slower than it was when you sat down, slower than it was when you were walking through the aisles, slower than it has been, perhaps, since you sat down at this table 3 hours ago with your essay and your inkpot and the ordinary industry of a student with work to do. That student feels a long way away, not gone. Simply resting, in the same way the library is resting, in the same way Isolde Vane is resting. 19 years of patient observation filed quietly away in the register on the table beside your arm. Everything resting. The candle nearest you trembles once. A single small movement of the flame, there and then gone, and then steady again, and the shadow it throws across the table shifts and returns, and the room is still. Your hands are warm in your lap. The stone floor is cold beneath your bare feet, and you are aware of it distantly, a sensation at the far edge of your attention, present but not requiring anything of you. Simply there, simply the floor, simply the ancient cold of deep stone that has never quite given up the coolness of the earth beneath it. Your eyes are heavy, not closed. Your eyes are open, still, resting on the middle distance, on the long stretch of the reading tables, extending away from you in the candlelight, their dark wooden surfaces bare and still. No one else is here. No one else has been here for a long time. There is only you, and the books, and the rain, and the slow, warm dark of this room that has been doing exactly this, being exactly this, for hundreds of years before you arrived, and will go on being exactly this for hundreds of years after you leave. You are here now. That is all. You are here now, in this chair, in this room, with this warmth in your hands, and this weight in your limbs, and this rain at the windows, and these candles burning in their last hour. Here, now. The nearest candle gives off a last, soft pulse of warmth. You feel it on your face, faint and gentle, the warmth of a flame that is very small and very close to the end of itself. It asks nothing of you. It simply gives off warmth as it has been giving off warmth for hours, without acknowledgement, without need of it. You breathe, the library breathes, in and out. Your hands are heavy in your lap, warm and still, resting one on top of the other, as though they have been resting this way for a very long time, and have entirely forgotten how to do anything else. The rain moves against the windows, softly, softly. The shadows in the room are long and quiet, stretching from the base of each shelf across the floor, overlapping in places, merging into a single soft dark that pools in the corners and beneath the tables and in the spaces between the floating candles, a dark that is warm and not empty, full of the same quality the whole evening has had, that quality of presence without demand, of being held without being required to do anything in particular about it. You are very still. The essay is there on the table, unfinished and patient. The register is there. Isolde Vane's 19 years of weather quiet inside it. Your shoes are there beneath the chair. Everything is where it is, still and certain, waiting for nothing, wanting nothing, simply present in the room with you, in the dark and the candlelight and the last of the rain. Your breathing is very slow now. Your chest rises and falls, and the space between is long and warm and entirely without effort. The candle nearest you goes out, very quietly, the way a candle goes out when it has finished, when there is nothing left, when it has given everything it had to give over the course of a long, unhurried evening, and has simply finally let go. The room is a little darker, a little softer. The rain at the windows is barely a whisper now, the lightest possible reminder of itself, rain that has become almost indistinguishable from silence, rain that is more felt than heard, a presence at the outer edge of awareness, gentle and far away. You are warm, your body is heavy in the chair, settled and still, your shoulders low, your hands quiet, your feet flat on the cold stone that is very far away now, at the bottom of a long, warm distance. The remaining candles burn on, somewhere behind you. They will burn for a while yet. You do not need to think about them. You do not need to think about anything. The library holds you as it has held every person who ever sat late in this room, in a chair, not unlike this chair, with work unfinished on the table and rain at the windows and the deep night of the castle, settled around them like something reliable, like something that has always been there and always will be. It holds you now. The shelves are full of books, and the books are full of words, and the words are resting, all of them. Every word in every book in every shelf, in this long and quiet room, resting through the night, waiting with the patience of things that have been waiting for centuries, and have entirely mastered the art of it. You rest with them. The rain, the dark, the slow and certain warmth. Your breath rising and falling, and the library very old and very still, breathing its long breath around you in and out, and the night continuing, and the rain soft now barely there, and you here held, warm, still. Good night.